Hello? Hmm? Hmm? Hello there. Hi. Oh wow, there's so many of you. Hello everybody. A lot of sleepyheads tonight, I see. Hi, my name is Poppy, and I'm a succubus, in case you can't tell. And who are all you? I recognize some of you. I think I've visited you before. you look a little familiar, but there's plenty of new faces. Hello. It's alright, don't be afraid. I'm nice. I promise. So, how are you doing? How are you feeling? Oh, I'm doing fine as well. I'm trying something new where I help people and, well, not just people, because I would specify humans, but, how do I put this? I'm trying something where, in a group setting, I guide individuals to help them sleep. Because I've learned even when I'm not feeding, I have a very soothing effect on others. It's an interesting talent I've discovered I have. I've been doing quite well, actually. Are there any particular sleep issues I could help some of you with? I know insomnia is really common, but are there particular causes for it? Stress, anxiety, fear of nightmares, maybe? If you have any questions for me, don't hesitate to ask. Like, don't be shy or anything. I'll try my best to answer them. One thing I've found that helps alleviate stress is to openly talk about your problems. That is, if you're comfortable with that. Not everybody is. Which is okay. What helps me sleep? Well, being a succubus, I don't really need a lot of sleep. I get my energy from feeding, so I'm constantly just refueling and keep going, but every creature does need a period of rest. And how I like to rest is I like to listen to music. I'll just sit somewhere comfy, put music on, maybe grab a book. Good question about my powers and abilities. You see, I'm not the most experienced succubus. I'm actually fairly newly created. So I haven't quite figured out all my abilities yet. I enjoy quite a variety of music. When I want to really relax, I tend to listen to classical, like some nice piano music, maybe acoustic guitar, violin, cello, harp, something like that. But if I just want to take my mind off something, I'll put on something a bit more peppy. I've gotten into computer-based music like EDM and trap, things like that. Digital music, I suppose you'd call it. And sometimes listen to hip-hop, rap. I of course like rock and roll. Both classic rock and alternative rock and a little bit of metal. And I'm surprisingly quite fond of German industrial. From my understanding, when someone dies, there's certain options of what can happen to them. And what happened to me is I don't really remember my previous life. I just know that I was once a living person, and I got turned into a succubus at some point. My memory of my previous life is very, very foggy, and the longer I've been a succubus, the more I've forgotten. I also find people talking kind of soothing for me. Like, for some reason, when I'm in a really, really big group setting and individuals are just talking to each other and I'm not part of it, I just start getting a little, wound down. I just want to just sit there and just listen. Just rest. I guess you could call it vibing. Is that the right word? As for what I feed on, it really depends. If I need to collect a soul for someone, I don't really like to talk about them, then I have to feed on the soul itself. It also gives me a lot more energy. But usually I'm just, maybe it's just the kind of succubus I am and my personality, but I just like to feed on energy itself. And I usually try to do it when someone's already pretty tired, so they just go right to sleep. And I don't actually hurt them or anything. I never really go for a fully awake person, especially someone busy. I never do that. I've met one other succubus. Her name is Scarlet. She's much older than I am. Very well established. I guess you'd call her more of a seductress type. She tends to use her womanly wiles to feed and get what she needs. I'm a little too shy to do things like that. I don't know many demons, unfortunately. We cross paths sometimes in hell, but usually we're in our own little areas. And I try not to spend a lot of time in hell. Usually I'm kind of in purgatory. I actually like purgatory. It's interesting there. How would you describe Scarlet? Let's see, she's pretty tall. And she's got long hair. Kind of like olive toned skin. Like, very nice almond-shaped eyes. She's very pretty. That's the only way I can describe her. She's very, very pretty, and I guess you could say she's got a nice physique. I get a little embarrassed talking about things like that, because I'm not quite sure how to word it, because I don't want to be crude or inappropriate or anything. And she's very big in the chest area, like just big, you know, big. If that makes any sense. Trying to describe it without being rude. Oh, I'm afraid I really shouldn't touch you, because if I do, I might, it's hard to explain, but I might subconsciously start feeding off your energy, and in a rapid way that might just knock you out, and not in a pleasant way. It's kind of like being drugged. Guiding people to sleep and not feeding, it's a very meticulous process, and a very careful one. There's new people. Hello. Hello. How am I? I'm doing alright. Trying to think how to explain something. See, I wanted to try this because I wanted to practice being a bit more social. I tend to keep to myself a lot, and that's not a good thing. The past, year and a half or so on Earth has been pretty difficult. And I haven't really felt comfortable feeding on many people. It just doesn't feel right. I know, a succubus with a conscience. You probably have never heard that before. Most don't. Most are kind of just in it for themselves, but I feel bad. I can't quite recall how many souls I've taken, because I don't really count them. I used to in the very beginning when I started, because it was kind of like a novel thing, like a milestone. Like, I got 1, now I got 2, I got 3 now, and then as it basically became my job, I lost count. It's pretty easy to lay on my back, actually. My wings fold up. Let's see. Anything interesting I could share? I suppose I could mention who I work for. He has yellow eyes. He's a special class of demon. Oh, I met a new succubus, actually. Oh, I should have mentioned her. Her name's Diamond. She actually remembers what it was like to be human because she was turned so recently. Yellow Eyes did it personally, so she has a little bit of extra abilities that I don't have yet. Oh, how did I get my name? Oh, if I recall correctly, my human mortal name was Piper. And Yellow Eyes, he has an affinity for the color red. So anything related to the color red, or sounds like red, or just in general, he likes to use that for the names he gives us. Diamond actually got to keep her mortal name. I'm not sure why. Well, I don't have to worry about driving because I don't really need a car to get around. I just kind of manifest myself places. I wouldn't quite call it teleporting because that's not the right term, but I just kind of focus on a place I need to go and I just arrive there. As for the big guy in charge of hell, I've only, like, met him less than a handful of times in passing. He tends to not concern himself with nobodies like me, especially if we're not out of line or anything. He's a bit more focused on the apocalypse. Which don't ask me when it's happening, because I don't know. I'm not privy to that information. Oh, and one of you asked if I've come across a human without a soul. Well, I did run across a hunter who had his soul taken, like, accidentally. I think it was an accident. His name was Sam. He was soulless for a while, but I think he got it back. Oh, of course I enjoy being a succubus, because I like how I look. I like that I can pretty much go most places I want to go and see new things and experience a whole variety of people. I learn a lot. More than I ever could as a human. Oh, thank you for asking about the questions. I'm a very shy succubus. Just weird considering we're very intimate creatures. I don't like actually speaking about things of a intimate nature in a crude sense, if that came across correctly. Well, I don't know where the big guy is currently. He kind of does whatever he wants. Can I touch my wings to my horns? I've never tried that before. Let's see. I don't think my neck can really do that. My wings don't really come that far forward. I may have to work out more. Get more flexible. Because, yeah, can't quite stretch that way. Mancubus? I think you mean an incubi. The, male equivalent to what I am. Though it's interesting, the big guy is trying to come up with a new term for us that kind of combines us, because there's a whole influx of new souls and new people coming who at one point were either male or female but ended their life as the other, or sometimes neither. And so if that's their destiny to become a succubus or an incubi, he's never quite sure what to do with those individuals. How high can a demon fly? Not really sure. We don't really fly like bats or birds or anything. Wings are kind of just for aesthetic. We basically kind of present ourselves to you how you'd imagine we'd look. Like, oh, angels. This is a good example. Like, angels don't actually have wings up in heaven in their natural state. And they don't really look like people either. But when they present themselves to humans, they tend to take a more human form. And sometimes they choose to show wings. Usually it's kind of a threat display, an intimidation tactic. Because some angels are as big as skyscrapers. Oh yes, exactly. If a succubus is meant to feed off a specific person, they take the form that person would most desire in a significant other. I suppose I hypothetically could appear as nearly anything that someone desired. Though usually humans are rather common. They like human forms. Though they like, different hair color, different eye color, different, body shapes. I haven't figured out how to change my eye color actually. It tends to stay red. Scarlet learned how. She can really shapeshift. It's amazing. But her natural state that she chooses to be in is just incredibly pretty as it is, so... Usually when she's summoned, she doesn't really have to change form. Sometimes she does anyway, just to mix it up a bit. Hi, hello there. It's okay. If you're just entering the realm, don't be shy. I'm not here to hurt you. Really? Lamia Succubus. That's a person who's part snake, right? I don't think that individual started life as a Lamia. I think that's the form they took of whoever came across them as the most desired look. Like I said, people have all kinds of tastes. I do have an incubus friend, actually. His name is Kaliath. I just call him Kali, though. Oh, I've never actually met God, so I can't really say what he's like. I just know the big guy downstairs isn't very fond of him. Or her. See, God is just an all-powerful being. So it's really hard to quantify God in the sense of what humans classify things as. Because when God has presented themselves in front of people, he's done it as with a male presence and sometimes a female presence, though very few people can actually hear the voice of God and be okay afterwards. They tend to be prophets. There's some people actually refer to God as Shim, because they understand it's really hard to quantify such a being. We're similar to demons, yes. We're just more intimate in how we go about things. Demons are more so paper pushers. Lackeys. We tend to be able to get a little more personable with creatures on Earth. I don't really have any enemies, actually. Though I suppose hunters would be a problem. But none have really gone after me, so I'm okay. Oh, there are half demons. It doesn't happen often. It actually takes a special human to conceive a half demon and not pass away. Why are you aware? Awareness is actually a very important trait to have, and keep in mind, humans aren't the only aware creatures out there. Even on Earth. You share that with apes and elephants and cetaceans and some other creatures. I'm not really aware of any existing half-angel, half-demon creatures. I know attempts have happened because this may sound hard to believe, but once in a while an angel and a demon really hit it off and want to be together, which is weird because neither is supposed to feel the emotion of love, but they feel something similar and they try to use their abilities to basically combine themselves and essentially birth something new, but I haven't heard of it successfully happening. Any advice how to get a girlfriend? Well, humans are complex creatures. You can't just put all of them into like one box. Everyone is unique with their own interests and personalities and abilities. It just depends what you like in a person and how you treat them. Generally, I found being nice to someone and treating them like an individual and respecting them as an individual is a great way to attract them to you and get them to want to in turn get to know you better. Respect is a important thing in humans, I found. Oh, hello, welcome. Don't be shy. I mean no harm. I'm not gonna hurt anybody. I might look a little scary, I suppose, but I promise I'm harmless. Well, as long as I don't touch you. Unfortunately, I don't feel the emotion of love. Not anymore. I don't think I'm allowed to. I care. Like there's, beings I'm fond of. But that really deep spiritual emotion of love I don't have anymore. Hell's interesting. When a human soul first enters it, it does look very fire and brimstone because that's kind of the conception people have of it, but when you really enter hell, it kind of looks similar to Earth, just a bit more dull. Because you know how most humans really hate being bored? That is one of the most common torture tactics in hell. Something that just causes eternal boredom. Like waiting in line. Imagine waiting in a line that you can never get out of and goes nowhere. That when you reach the end of it, you're put back in the beginning. It's eternal. There's a whole lot of ways that the damned get punished in hell. It really just depends on why you're there. Trying to think how else to describe things in ways that a mortal mind can conceptualize. There aren't really, like, layers to it. It's more just its own expansive universe. Like, I haven't seen all of it. I haven't even seen half of it. I don't even think I've seen, like, a quarter of it, to be honest. I don't know how much I've seen of it. My friend, you're talking very, human concepts that kind of vary among different human cultures. And it kind of gets down to the slippery slope, as they call it. Basically, when someone is damned to hell, they kind of get their own personal hell, if that makes sense. Like, whatever would be torturous to that individual is what they're doomed to suffer for eternity. Well, don't be afraid of me. I don't need doors or windows to get in places. I'm doing a broad manifestation, so I'm actually manifesting myself to multiple people right now. It's something new I discovered I can do. But I don't know how long this is gonna last, because it really drains me. And you're all so nice, I don't want to feed off any of you. You see, I was chosen by the big guy to get turned into a succubus by a specific higher ranking demon. I guess there was something about me that when I was alive, he found useful. See, unfortunately, if I were to try to feed, I don't know who I would cling to. There's so many of you, I don't know if I can actually choose a specific individual. So I don't know what would happen. It might actually hurt me. Like I said, I'm not exactly the most experienced succubus, so I don't quite all know what I can do yet. I'm always learning something new. How to put it in a sense a mortal can understand? Imagine being pulled literally in multiple different directions at once by every inch of your body. Like something was just pulling your ears, your arms, your legs, just everything at the same time. While simultaneously something huge is being shoved down your throat. Like, I don't know, a lead pipe. You feel like you would basically explode, right? Or just snap. I think that's how it would feel to me if I were to try to feed now, because I wouldn't know where to go. I would like to only feed on energy and not on souls, but if I don't deliver souls, bad things happen to me. Last time I failed to deliver the required amount of souls to Yellow Eyes. Ooh, it wasn't pleasant. Well, for actual demons, souls are an energy source, more so than just basic energy. It's really hard to explain. Though the big guy uses souls as kind of like a power source. Because, of course, you know, the big guy downstairs, he's not a demon. He's actually a fallen angel. So he can use souls differently than demons can. So the more souls that are delivered to him, the stronger he becomes. It's why he's kind of at war with heaven. See who can get more souls. Because he really wants the apocalypse to happen. I'm kind of like a spirit in that when I want to get intimate with someone I'm feeding off of, I can make myself touchable, I guess is the right word. Where you can actually touch me and not go through me. But if I don't consciously do that, I kind of just go through you like a ghost. So I don't actually have internal organs exactly. So I can't eat mortal food or anything. I met a Sam once who was a hunter. Very briefly. It's interesting. Right now, heaven and hell is about an even split. Because there are some humans who don't go either direction. They're just born again into a new body. I think you call it reincarnation. And then a soul that has unfinished business and is restless, that can't move on, becomes a ghost. Imps are kind of a classification of demon. They're basically, I don't know, it's hard to describe. They just do menial jobs. I guess that might be the equivalent of the angels' cherubs. Oh, don't worry. Like, none of you are destined to go anywhere. You're still alive. You're not done with your lives yet. So, there is no side path for you. See, the thing is, if I fail to do my job and deliver souls. Like, if I were to just decide to quit one day, I would be sent to the empty. Believe me, it's a fate worse than purgatory and worse than hell. It's a vast expanse of nothing. You're kind of silly. Rocks aren't alive. Oh no. I'm kind of feeling my energy drain. It's hard manifesting myself for so many at once. Again, I'm new to this. I haven't done this before. I would have liked to have been reincarnated, actually. Get to spend more time on Earth. You're lucky to be there. There's just so much vibrance on Earth. So much to experience. You also feel more being alive on Earth. I'm sure not all feelings are good and pleasant, but that's what makes it special to be able to feel. Oh, don't say that. Don't have such a negative outlook. I know that's easier said than done. Especially when a lot of things go wrong in life, but there is kindness. Quite a bit of it on Earth, actually. It's actually more instinctive for at least humans to be kind than to be cruel. Most people tend to be kind or at least neutral. Let's see if I can think of an example. Imagine if someone falls down near you. You'd be likely to either keep walking, which is understandable, it's not your business, or try to help them up. It wouldn't necessarily be your instinct to kick them or hurt them further. You see, I may be a succubus, but I'm not evil. At least, I try not to be. Because hell isn't an evil place, exactly. It's just... we just have jobs, you know? Well, if you're able to see me, I've either visited you in the past, or at one point in your life you've dreamed about me. Starting to feel a bit off. My energy is really draining quickly doing this. Unfortunately, let's see if I can touch any of you. Just to see. It'll be for a second. Let's see, can I? No, I don't feel anything. No. I'm just going right through you. Yeah, I'm going right through you. Oh, I can't. Yeah, I can't become tangible. Oh, don't worry. You're all fine. You're all perfectly fine. I think it's because I'm manifesting for so many at once. I'm just appearing as a spirit. Ouch. Oh no. That burning feeling. It's Yellow Eyes. I think Yellow Eyes knows I'm doing something. That's not my job. I think he found me. Huh. I wonder if I'm the only succubus who can do this. Maybe this is a unique ability only I have. Oh, I hear something. A burning. Huh. I apologize, everyone. I think this burning I'm feeling... I think I have to report to you otherwise. Plus, I am getting low on energy. And I can't feed like this. You might have a job for me, too. And it might be someone important. Hope it's an easy one. Anyway, I'm real sorry. I have been enjoying just understanding more about mortals. I was hoping it'd help me remember more about my human life, but it's alright regardless. Thank you for being so kind and understanding. Especially to a monster like me. Ouch! Okay, Azazel. Okay. I'm coming. Alright. Farewell, everyone. Take care. I really enjoyed my time with you. I hope to see you again sometime. This was fun. Mwah. Kisses. And stretch. Hey guys, what's up? Figured I would come back as myself real quick, just to catch up with y'all for a little bit. Sorry, Poppy needed to go. She can only manifest to multiple people for so long before she gets drained. Or Azazel will know where she is, or figures out where she is and gets mad. Yeah, I think I haven't done a roleplay stream in a while. Like, I was going through my stream VODs, and I'm like, I haven't done one with one of my roleplay models in a while. Because I have like 10 characters as models that I can use. I have obviously Poppy, and I have Paige, Jakara, Aiko, Kalia, Freya. I have a few. So I might do more in the future. It's a good break for me than just doing just straight up pre-recorded audios. It helps me practice my improv, actually. Because, you know, a good skill that any actor should have is the ability to improvise. And, you know, think on your feet. Not always just work from a script, you know? Yeah, I didn't have any more recordings to edit on my computer. And I just wasn't feeling like recording anything new today. Not only that it was kind of a weird day, like, it was a very loud day where I live. A lot of people doing yard work and building and noisy stuff. And I didn't get up early enough to record before the crack of dawn. I was tired. So I kind of just decided not to stress it. So I hope everyone's doing okay. I am debating taking a break next week and just doing my Twitch streams on Tuesday and Thursday. Maybe one on Friday, I'm not sure. I'm debating. I'm not saying for sure I'm going to take a break, but I might. I'm just afraid if I do take a break, I won't want to pick back up and do anything again. But I do need time to work on my new computer build. It's almost done. Just got a couple more parts to put in place, and then I gotta boot it up, load the OS, and then get all my software on it and make sure everything works okay. I was trying to get as much done this week as I could because my in-laws were taking care of the baby for some grandparent time. So I didn't have to worry about working around the baby. But I get her back tomorrow, so... Well, thanks y'all for being understanding, because, like... Unfortunately, there's people who have this idea that online content creators have, like, the easiest job in the world, and we're machines, and we can just churn stuff out on a dime. And it's easy, and doesn't take anything. But it takes a lot, actually. You can't force creativity. It's important to know. You can't force it. Because when you do, whatever you force comes out like crap. So it's kind of funny. Y'all know that I'm in the partner program now on YouTube, right? Like, I'm technically monetized. Yet, trying to set up Google sending me money when they send money out, I'm like, it's not working. I get an error page. And I'm like, well, thanks, Google. Guess I'm not ever gonna get money. Because I got some other projects that aren't related to ASMR I want to try to work on a little bit. And I need to recolor my hair, which, because I have very thick hair, is a process that takes a very long time. I literally have to budget a day to color and style my hair. It's a pain. Speaking of people working on stuff, Koichi is currently drawing something for me. She's working on the design for this year's Halloween merch piece that should be done pretty soon, and it's going to go up on my Teespring. I'm going to design a poster with it, a couple of shirts, a sticker, and maybe like a phone case or a hat or something, but probably not a phone case, because who wants a Halloween themed phone case? It's only nice for a month of the year. But unfortunately, Koichi's not 100% better yet. She's drawing a little spurts here and there when she does feel better, but she actually needs surgery for her carpal tunnel, and she's saving up money for that. Because she doesn't have very good insurance. And she's also moving in a week or two. So, that takes money. I try to do merch for Halloween and Christmas. I didn't do anything in 2020 because that's when Koichi came down with her carpal tunnel, and she's the only person, aside from a select few artists who did Dakimakura art for me, that I have a relationship with that I can make merch out of the art. So, didn't have anything last year for the holidays, but she says she's gonna save energy for Christmas time to also do the Christmas piece. Koichi unfortunately got carpal tunnel in both of her arms. It's worse in her main dominant arm, but just overuse. She, lived her life drawing all the time and always being on the computer and stuff, and doing that, if you're unlucky, it can give you carpal tunnel. But yeah, she has a new partner, new fella, and well, he's not new anymore. They've been together a little while now, but it's gotten serious, so they're moving somewhere together. And I'm very happy for her. Carpal tunnel is its own evil entity that can happen to anyone. Like, I'm starting to get it. Like, I actually had a doctor, like, look me over and it's like, yeah, your right arm, you're getting carpal tunnel. Take it easy. Unfortunately, being hit by the double whammy of, like, getting carpal tunnel, then also a side effect of a medicine I have to take to stay alive, has a very rare side effect that I happen to get called Parkinsonism, where you get tremors like you have Parkinson's disease, but you don't actually have Parkinson's. It just gives you the tremors. It's very annoying. And I notice it the most when I'm either playing a game with a controller or trying to do something really fine-tuned with a tablet pen or a computer mouse. Because all of a sudden my hand will shake or my arm will jerk out of nowhere and I'm like, thanks arm, thanks hand. Or I'll be like holding a open cup with a drink and my hand will shake rapidly and I'll spill on myself. It sucks. If you do a lot of fine-tuned work with mainly your wrist and your predisposition to have compression on that nerve, you're eventually gonna get a carpal tunnel to some degree. The only way to prevent it is to not compress that nerve. The little whale's doing good. She's doing alright in school and really into watching Minecraft Let's Players. And I have to constantly monitor that because I don't trust the internet. And the current Let's Players she watches, like, they're perfectly harmless. Like, they're definitely kid-friendly. They're just very annoying. At least to me as a grown-up, they're very annoying. And Little Fox is great. Let's see, July. She is about 16 months old, so almost a year and a half. And she is walking very fast. It's cute. Not quite talking yet. She says a few words sparingly. The one word she does like to say is wow. She'll just look at something and go, wow. And it's so cute. My bird. Nah. Bird's doing okay. Well, I'm not happy with the bird. Because, she attacked the baby. Out of nowhere. I feel bad because I had to, I almost hurt the bird trying to pull her off the kid. Poor little fox is actually kind of traumatized. She's afraid of the bird now. No, we're not going to put down the bird. She's just a grumpy 20-year-old. Though if she continues being aggressive, we may have to find a way to rehome her, either to a family without small children or to a parrot sanctuary or something. We don't just want to like up and leave her with a rescue or something, because that won't be good for her. She'll be miserable. We want to make sure she's in a good place if we have to rehome her. But hopefully she calms down. I've been trying to get the bird to leave me alone by just giving her peanuts, because she really likes peanuts. It's her favorite treat. I try to keep her quiet and not bite me. I'm like, here, have a peanut. Just leave me alone. Eat the peanut. Basically, Alex, I'm like, I gotta do something that requires quiet. Please have peanuts. Don't squawk. You don't want to cook a parrot. They don't taste good. They're not like chickens or turkeys or ducks. They're very icky. I met someone from Australia who did this adventurous eater thing with his family, and one of the things that they got served was cockatoo, which is a type of parrot, and according to him, it tasted terrible. The worst thing I've heard someone eat was my dad. He went to some event when he was younger, and he tried lion meat, and he said that was a very weird experience. He feels cursed because he ate a predator. Of course, I'm cheeky. And when he told me that story, I'm like, so that's what happened to Mufasa. He actually laughed. But like that kind of morbid laugh. In some military training programs, you have to hunt, kill, cook, and eat snake. I've heard about that. Also rabbits.
On the subject of The Lion King, I was watching it with friends a couple years ago, and we got really drunk while watching it because that's what you do sometimes when you're watching Disney movies. You just make up a drinking game and drink during it. And out of nowhere, I was like, Rafiki kind of looks like Bernie Sanders. And it's like, yeah, they have similar hair. And then my buddy was like, no, but he's working for the 1%. This is sellout Bernie. And that whole conversation just lives in my head rent-free the rest of my life. Sorry to hear you broke up with your girlfriend, Riley. But sometimes it's for the best. There's a buddy of mine who may or may not be watching right now, so if he is, hi. I'm not gonna give too many details, but I do wish he would leave his girlfriend. Not because I'm jealous, because, like, although married, but objectively his girlfriend is just being horrid to him. Because in everything he's told me, I'm like, why are you with her? Please stop. Leave. There's better out there. I promise there's better out there. Hey Raven, doing okay, how are you? Oh, I hate the Lion King remake. I hate it so much. It's not as hard to find love as you may think. Because you gotta think about it. There's like 7 billion people in the world. And yes, we're all separated by borders and oceans, but we have the internet. You can literally talk to... right now. Y'all are all over the world. I'm talking to you right now. I guarantee you, one day you're going to talk to someone, you're going to have a connection with them. They may be in your town, or your state or province or whatever. Or it may not be. But eventually you come together. It can happen. Just don't settle for being treated like crap. Don't do that. It's not good. Don't be in a relationship just to be in one, okay? It's not healthy. It's not good for you. And no one's happy in the long run. I would love to see how they do a live action version of the sequel to Lion King with Kovu the emo lion. Like, how are they going to translate that to realistic CG? What's he going to look like? Listen, y'all, if I gave up after my first couple failed relationships, then I wouldn't be in the happy marriage I'm in now. You gotta approach things with an open mind. Like, don't go looking specifically for a relationship. Just have an open mind to possibilities. Because you never know. You may come across someone you vibe with and you spark a connection, and there's something special there. Or maybe more than one person, because polyamory is a thing. And that's okay too. I don't judge. So long as they are legal and consenting. That's all that matters. Yeah, sorry, Raven. I could only hold on to Poppy for so long before my brain started getting a little fuzzled. Plus, I wanted to be able to sip my soda and snack on my red bean bun. That'd be awkward to do as Poppy, because she actually doesn't eat or drink anything. So, like, like talking to Poppy, you just hear like a bottle open. It's like, oh, what are you doing, Poppy? I can't make any, like, solid promises, but I'm going to try and do a roleplay stream once or twice a month. Because I do have 10 character models, so, like, I'll be recycling them, but I can bring them out. And see what I can do with them. And if the money's ever there, I might get more made, I don't know. Just depends on who y'all may want. I have to disagree with you about there being no love like the first one, because my husband is not the first person I ever fell in love with, but the type of love we have is the best love I ever felt in my life. I'll see about a Daphne model. I'd have to figure out what kind of, like, stream I could do with her. Because unfortunately I don't have the technology to show her eating. I don't have that capability. And I'm not sure if the kind of 3D model I can afford, the base can actually be made, you know, bigger. They're kind of made off the same standard body base, and I'm not sure how big or small the things can be adjusted. Because, contrary to people think about us content creators, we're not all Hasanabis with mansions and whatnot. Some of us are broke. Not poor, but broke. Because we put a lot back into our businesses, and then we still gotta pay bills. That leaves not much money left over for other things. Yeah, see, you can do more with the 2D models because they're usually drawn from scratch and then manipulated and animated using the live 2D program. But those models are expensive. Like, the few live 2D models I have, you don't want to know how much they cost to have made. You don't want to know. I had to set aside money and save a lot, and the people I worked with were nice enough to not ask for everything up front. They let me do like little payment plans. Most people who do live 3D models don't do that. They want everything up front. And there are some people who make those 2D models that just, not even animated, not even rigged, just the base art file. They want like $1,000. Which I get, they're really complex to draw and make, I get it. But like, ouch. Kudos to the people who have that to spend, but like, yo. Have a good day / night, Alexi. Yeah, sorry. I can't always control where conversations go. I tend to just go with the flow. It's interesting, with 3D models, it depends on how they're made, how much they cost. If they're made with a base, like with Vroid or a similar program, they tend to be cheaper because the core components of the 3D model already made. It's just adding like aesthetic changes and tweaks. But scratch-made 3D models, those get pricey. Like Project Melody, her first 3D model that she had made, she spent roughly $5,000 minimum. I think that's what it started. It was $5,000 for her first model to get made. But of course, her model is really advanced. Even her first one was really advanced and could do a lot and had a lot of detail. But it was scratch-made. Yeah, they're live 2D artists. Just for the base drawing, you charge $1,000. Or sometimes a little bit, about $1,000, yeah. And I don't look at them like they're high, because I get it, you know, you want to be paid for your work, and when you get a live 2D model, you're also paying for commercial use and all that. I get the legalities and technicalities and all that. Like, I get it. But ow. RIP wallets. Because then you gotta move on and pay for the rig, and rigging is all over the place with how much it costs. Like, sure, base rigs aren't super expensive, but if you want like a really fancy rig where the model does a lot, that's another like $500 to $1,000. You work with a group like Iron Vertex, and the models they make. If you look at their price sheets, you're looking to spend like a couple of grand minimum for one of their models, and it's like, okay, I get it. You know, commercial use, it's all fancy, yada yada, but ow. I envy the rich people who can afford that. And, I don't know if y'all know Vividly ASMR. Well, she goes by just Vivi now. But her model was done with the Iron Vertex group. But I think hers was done more so in the earlier stages of their group. So she probably didn't pay what they're charging now. But I think she still probably paid a lot for that model, considering all that model does. And I'm curious where that money came from. I'm just curious. I don't ask. It's not my business. But I'm just you know, in the back of my head, I'm like, huh. We do basically the same kind of job. Do you have a sugar daddy, Vivi? Yeah, it's feeding time for Birdie, so she's making noise because she's like, feed me. It's dinner time. I want food. I would save so much money if I could draw well enough to draw my own model, or if I had the brain ability and time and energy to learn rigging in Live 2D. Either or, I would save so much money. But I have neither. Vivi, not Vebe. By the way, Vivi is awesome. Like, I adore the crap out of her. She's adorable. And goofy. She's not doing much on YouTube anymore, at least not currently. She's taking kind of a break. But she streams a lot on Twitch. And her streams are really fun. So, if you ever have the time, and you enjoy a good ASMR creator who plays games and does other fun things, definitely check out Vivi. She's also a fellow purple person like I am. Twitch. I do find it kind of funny how, like, it seems now every other person who does ASMR role plays with an anime aesthetic has picked up on the VTuber thing. I just find it kind of funny. It's weird. I can draw. Like, those of you who've seen my drawing streams, you know, I can kind of draw. Not great, but I can kind of draw. But I can't really draw anime. I just don't have it. I don't have the ability to really draw good anime. And the style I actually really know how to draw, it would not make for an aesthetically pleasing VTuber model. I can kind of, I'm out of practice, but I can kind of draw Disney style. Which I do think would make for a cute VTuber model. Because I do like the Disney aesthetic. But I'm a little out of practice. Disney, like Frozen, Tangled, Sleeping Beauty, Disney. Frozen's not Pixar. Frozen's Disney. Disney themselves moved on to CGI animation in 2005. With the exception of Princess and the Frog in 2009 and Winnie the Pooh in 2011. Those were done with Toon Boom in a 2D style. But Disney has mostly produced 3D animation films since like 2005. And it's through Disney, not Pixar. Pixar has their whole separate slew of movies. That's their own unique style and what they do. They're under the same umbrella now, but they're two different animation houses. Sorry, I minored in animation when I was in university, so I had to learn the ins and outs of the different companies. Because we were, you know, learning that so we can figure out who we may want to apply to work for. I actually took a master class run by Pixar. Like, specifically people who are high up at Pixar, they did the master class. So I got to learn a little bit about that specific studio themselves and how they do things. The first ever Disney movie I remember seeing, I think, was Aladdin. I think. The early 90s are kind of a blur to me. So speaking of Disney, there's going to be a week in November where I won't really be on the internet at all and probably won't be streaming or uploading anything because I won't be home. I'm going to California, to Disneyland. Don't judge me because I know there's still Corona, but like from everything I've heard and done my research on, Disney is one of the safer places you could go to. Like, it's probably safer than local malls with how clean they keep the place and how strict they are with stuff. So I'm like, Disneyland. I need a break. I need some joy. So Disneyland. I'm gonna go ride Space Mountain and gonna go get my giant turkey leg and my ice cream bar and watch some fireworks and wave at Mickey from a distance because you can't do meet and greets anymore. Galaxy's Edge is open in both coasts. It's in California and in Florida. I think it opened in California first, if I recall correctly. But it's literally like the same thing in both spots. Ooh, awesome, Nathan. Hope you have a good time. We may be going to the Florida parks in June after Husbando gets back from deployment. We may go then for little Fox's birthday. My family really loves Disney, like a lot. When I was younger, we used to go to one of the Disney parks every other year as like a family vacation. Though I haven't been to a Disney park since 2016. Last time I went to a Disney park. And I didn't really enjoy it because I got pneumonia. So I spent most of that trip sick in a hotel room. And then I wound up having to stay at my grandma's house, my grandma at the time happened to live in Florida, because the doctor I saw with my pneumonia said I couldn't fly home with it. I needed to go through I had to go through a round of medication before I was safe to fly. So I had to then, my poor mother had to come get me and take me to my grandma's house and stay with me there for a week until I could fly home. It was ridiculous. So the last Disney trip I remember enjoying was 2014? Hang on, everybody. I got a knocky knock. Hang on. Hey everybody, sorry. I'm back, I'm sorry. Someone knocked on my door and they had to tell me something. And then, husband Doe called. He got a calling card, so I had to take advantage of that. And then I had to go potty, so. I'm so sorry. I did not mean to poof that long. Given what's going on with my husband, our conversations have to be confidential. OPSEC and all that. He was just updating me on like what's going on with what he's doing and making sure I'm okay. Plus, one of his family members, well, two of his family members have corona, and one developed pneumonia on top of it and is in the hospital right now, intubated, so he's a bit worried. It's really difficult. Like I'm handling it better this deployment, even though he's a lot farther away than he was before. But it still like hurts because he's farther away, and the time zone's worse. And some people are kind of insensitive. It's like, well, it's just like a long distance relationship. It's not that big a deal. And I'm like, it's not, because I'm so used to him being around, and now he's not. It's different. And, in other news, one of my friends sent me a message just to inform me that even though she took a shower, her, under her boobs still smells like feet, and she wanted to know what to do about it. And I'm like, that sounds like some kind of fungal infection. You should see a doctor. Because boobies should not smell like feet. That's yucky. Well, my friend, she's not chubby. She's curvy. But she has very large boobas. Anyway, I've been I've been mostly okay. Just been like coping with life. Give me one sec. Hey everybody, hey people joining. Oh, thanks Tyler. I appreciate all of you. Thank you so much for enjoying my content and being cool and hanging out, whatnot. I really appreciate it. By the way, if you'd like to help me out in a way that's like 100% free, please like make sure you like the uploads, if you like them, that is. Like, click the like button and try to leave a comment, because engagement is what boosts videos in the algorithm. So if a video has relatively low engagement, regardless of the amount of views it has, it's less likely to appear in recommended and in search results. So if you'd like to, you know, help the channel grow and more people find my content, engagement would really help a lot. Hi, Nico. Kiss, hey everybody. Hey Ami. Why do you want a skunk tail? Yeah, Tyler, I'm considering not doing requests per se, but like script submissions. Because the problem is, if I did like 1 or 2 people's requests, then more people would want requests done, and I only have so much time and ability and whatnot to make audios. Especially if I still want like time and ability to make stuff that I want to make, and as well as stuff that people pay for. So I generally I do commissions though. I know there's other VAs and smart creators who take requests all the time and everything, and you know, good on them to have the time and the ability to do that. It's just I don't, because I want to be fair to people, and it wouldn't be fair for me to like take a couple of people's ideas and do stuff for them and gifts for them and not other people, especially people I don't know super well. Because I do make gift audios, but it's generally for friends, I'm sorry to say. Like, people I really know. Yeah, I know the way for my commission sucks. It's part of my process because of how I have to do my queue. Because I have a couple of patrons who are at the tier where they get commissions, and so they're like at the top. And there's people who pay for a certain deadline, so I have to bump them up, and it's a whole thing. I envy people who can like knock out commissions just rapid fire, like super quick and easy. But my inspiration process just does not work that way. I have to like be in the right mindset to do various things. So I don't like to force things, because if I force something, it's not going to come out as good. The thing is, we all do different things. Like, yeah, we'll do like the same kind of genre. Like, we'll do like a yandere. We'll do yandere characters or Lamias or Nekos or whatever. But we all have our own different styles. So it just depends on the kind of like style you like and the kind of voice you like. Like, if you like what I do, you'll probably like Miyuki. She's really cool. And she's not really active on YouTube anymore. She's doing more Twitch streaming, but she still has a lot of stuff on YouTube. Vividly ASMR. She's Australian. She does some good stuff. If you like European accents, Cerule is Italian, and she does audios in English and Italian. She's pretty cool. Blasian. I think her full YouTube name is Blasian Wannabe. Her stuff's really nice. I like her stuff, and she's a really nice person. She's a little on the shy side, but she's very nice. I'm actually working on a collab with Blasian and Miyuki. I'm actually waiting on Miyuki to finish up her stuff to send to me. And then I just gotta edit it all together, and it's gonna be up my channel, hopefully this month. Cerule is actually in one of my audios. She only has like a couple of lines. She recorded them as just a little thing, just to goof off with me. But that audio in particular, the character I did was inspired from Kevin Smith films, particularly the character of Jay from Jay and Silent Bob. And I had to explain that to her because like that's not really a thing in Italy. And I sent her some clips, and she's like, "Is that really what like Americans are like?" And I'm like, "No, that's what New Jersey people are like. That's New Jersey, specifically." Oh, Jotaro, you don't know the half of it. I love William. We go a ways back, but the William's nickname here in the stream fan is Moto Moto from the Madagascar movies, but in a very nice, endearing way. That reminds me, hey William, have you heard the song called Big Booty Bitches? I have to look up the artist's name, but I found that song in college, and it still makes me laugh. Okay, the group's called A Lost People, but I think you would like that song. It's very amusing. It's supposed to be dinner time for me, but like, I'm not super hungry. I had lunch not too long ago. The fun thing is, the person who introduced me to the Big Booty Bitches song, she was from Europe, but we used to talk on a forum for Avatar: Last Airbender back when that show was new. This is how old I am. But I think she was from like Finland or Denmark or something, and she found that song, and she posted it to our little sub forum chat thing with just a group of us. And we all were like, yes, this song's amazing. No, it's not the Ass Titty song. That's an old Newground song. You know what? I'll try to play it really quietly so maybe the YouTube copyright bots don't eat me. Okay, it's all I'm gonna play because I don't want to get copyright struck. Sweetie, if you are 14, what are you doing on my channel? My stuff is marked as not for children. I have OCs who are strippers and prostitutes. Why are you here? I was gonna say, if you were actually 14, I'd be like, get out. Because, okay, so one time, I was streaming. I was doing a roleplay stream as Nika. And I mark on those streams that they're adult. Because Nika, not only is she pervy, but she talks about, like, drinking, and drugs, and partying, and just not for kids. And a literal, like, teenager came in. Like, it's like, what's going on? I'm like, get out, kid. He's like, why are you being so mean? I'm like, because you're a child. You don't belong here. Hey, friend. I like you. Switch. I like how my leap motion detector kind of works now. Kind of. Come on. Yay, arm. Hi, I have arms. 5 hands. 5 hands. 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 V. Ah. It doesn't do it great, but it kind of does it. Eh. Eh. "8:32 a.m. for you, maybe. It is evening for me. Time zones." One of these days, I'm gonna like just stream my favorite old vines and my favorite TikToks. I'm not on TikTok much. I cheat. I look up TikTok compilations on YouTube and bookmark the best ones. Because I ain't got time to scroll through all the crap on TikTok to find good TikToks. Because I only like funny things. I don't care about the music and the dancing and the people ranting. I just like funny. That's why Vine was great, because it was mostly funny. I miss Vine. So heading to one of the cities near my small town, on the highway there's a lot of construction, and there's signs that say road work ahead. And without fail, whenever we drive by that, I go, road work ahead? I sure hope it does. And my mom, who I'm usually with, she's like, stop quoting that Vine. It's 5 years old. Stop. There are some other good vines. But it's funny, most of the vines I like that are really good, those Vine people most of them, never became famous. Apparently, like, the Paul brothers started on Vine. I never saw their Vines before they went to YouTube. I didn't even know they were a thing. Same for, like, the Gabby Hanna chick and some other people. I do know Christine Sildelko. I did follow her on Vine, because she was legit hilarious. I still quote her Christmas Vine every Christmas. Like last year, 2020, when I did my Merry Christmas checks to all my friends in the group chat, I texted everybody, Merry Chrysler! And several of them were like, stop with the vines. The vine's dead. I'm like, y'all are no fun. It's still funny. Thomas Sanders was amazing. Oh, I loved his vines. Well, I haven't really streamed on YouTube in a while, Riley. I can't remember the exact last time I did. I think I did it as Orky, if I remember correctly. No, I did it as Kitti. Because I showed this new model. It must have been like maybe a few weeks ago? Can't remember off the top of my head. It's been a bit. But yeah, I mostly stream on Twitch. Usually 2 evenings a week. Sometimes more. But usually 2 evenings a week. Usually on Tuesdays and Thursdays. I stream on Twitch. Hey, Master G. Homie. I would love to know how people can, like, stream on Twitch, like, all day, every day. For more than a few hours. Says me, who's occasionally done, like, 7-hour live streams and 10-hour live streams on YouTube and stuff, but that's a rare thing. I think the longest Twitch stream I ever did was, like, 4 or 5 hours. That was a fluke. I don't have the stamina. Unless there's, like, really, really good, like, conversation going on that's keeping me engaged. I just don't have the stamina. I don't have good gaming stamina. That's my problem. Like, I can play a game for most, like, an hour and a half, and then I get, like, brain dead and tired. Hey, friend, I'm doing good. How are you? I have G Fuel in like a Red Bull kind of can. I haven't drunk it yet because I'm afraid. I feel like it's nasty. I don't wanna, but I got it on a whim. But like, I know Red Bull. I trust Red Bull. I'm cautious of other energy drinks. For really then, how do people do that? How? Where does that stamina come from? Imagine what, like, her meat suit's like in the bedroom. with that stamina. I had to like swap out Higurashi after like an hour because it was just going and nothing scary was happening. There's no boobies and like it's not like Honey Pop where you get to play Candy Crush. It got wordy and I'm like, I'm tired of this. I'm gonna move something else. I'm not scared. It's just wordy. I'm enough. You know, back when my husband and I were still dating and didn't live together, we would like talk on Skype or on the phone for hours, and sometimes even fall asleep on the phone together, and it was cute. And like fall asleep, like not, the phone wouldn't even hang up. Like we would wake up and still be on the phone. I plan on doing more like kidnapping, but you're okay with it audios because they're a thing, but they're not a big thing. So I kind of like the idea of the person's like, things weren't going so great normally anyway. This can't be any worse. So, there's a conspiracy theory that I think it's Fauna, the new one of the new Hollow Council people, is Lemon Leaf. There's a conspiracy theory I'm seeing going around because like Lemon Leaf stopped posting and being active around the time Fauna debuted. It's so funny when people hear my husband do his ASMR voice or just in general his voice acting. Because, fun fact, before he was a service member, he went to college for theater and acting, so he can do the theater. He's a theater kid. Like people like go gay for his voice, and it's very funny for me. Like yeah. Now you see what I've seen him. It's like, yeah. What really, like, got that conspiracy theory with Fauna being Lemon Leaf going is the fact that, like, when Fauna was doing an ASMR stream, not only was it a good ASMR stream apparently, but people were like, huh, this voice sounds a lot like Lemon Leaf. Maybe it's a coincidence. Maybe it's Lemon Leaf. And plus, another ASMR creator made a cryptic tweet around the time Fauna debuted about another creator in the ASMR community kind of like using her to advance her career and status. And I'm like, conspiracy. I find it funny how like Hololive and similar company groups like their VTubers are like they goof off and stuff, but they're mostly they're obviously following some corporate lines. And then meanwhile you have VShojo, where they're like boobies, burping, toilets, farting, vajayjay, sex, and it's like, yep, VShojo. My YouTube audience is way bigger than my Twitch audience. Well, yeah, because I have more followers on YouTube, obviously. And generally more people tune into my YouTube streams, usually. Usually. Sometimes it's about the same, but usually I get more people on YouTube than on Twitch. Because it's because Twitch has so many people actively streaming on any given time. It's hard. It's hard to get a big viewership. A lot of it's luck. Like people finding you and following you and subscribing and stuff. It's luck. Because there's some very entertaining people I've seen on Twitch who get like 5 viewers, but they're like really funny and entertaining. And then I'll go like watch like a streamer who has like over 100 people watching there, sometimes over 1,000, and I'm like, why are so many people here? This person's not very funny. They're just doing random shit. I'm kind of bored. Why are so many people in chat vying for their attention? Like nothing's going on. What is this? But maybe I'm just a boomer who doesn't understand. Good evening, Zakat. I just have a tiny attention span, so I find it hard to watch, like, long-winded streams, that makes sense. Like, the people who literally sit there on stream all day, every day. I'm like, okay, I'm bored. Usually when I stream, I kind of want to make it like a movie experience, where, like, I'll be on for, like, an hour to maybe 3 hours. Like, I'm like a movie. So you can hang out with me for a bit, and then you can move on with your life and not feel bad. Tell me to stop destroying my pants, because I keep destroying my pants. There's like a string I keep pulling, it's making a hole, and I keep picking at it anyway, and so it's destroying my pants. I don't know how much about the algorithm. Like, the algorithms are really hard to figure out. Like, once I think I know what YouTube wants, they change their mind. Don't be shy. I'm just some random lady. Like, seriously, I'm a random lady on the internet. I'm not gonna hurt you. And we're all chill here. This is like the non-judgmental zone, unless you're a map or a zoophile, then we're judgmental, and we'll tell you to leave. He's the cat. Hola, Alejandro. Okay, I want to know where people are getting these, like, very detailed pictures. That's like, you know, character and a background, all nice and colored and everything. But it's, like, subtly animated. I want to know where people, like, who's making these. Because I'm starting to see more and more people get them, and I'm like, I want one. Who's making this and how much? 'Cause it's cool. ¿Cómo estás? Bueno, bueno. What do I Google to look up like, these artists? Do I type in, who the fuck is making these really detailed, subtly animated pictures? Because that's well, it's a very specific Google search. I don't think it's going to get me anything. I really should just tweet it, because I know someone on Twitter is probably going to have the answer. But I don't want to come off like I'm stupid for not knowing. Oh, everybody knows Sakami-chan. I actually got some prints from her at a con a long time ago. Procreate is a iPad drawing, painting app. Well, Procreate does mean boom boom as well, but it's also the name of an app. Thanks Ghettos. Oh, my Lanta. I just found the most amazing Twitter. It's called Unsolicited Deek Deeks. And no, it's not male genitalia. It's the little deer animal called a Deek Deek. It's amazing because they're cute. Stretch. They're adorable. They're like tiny little deer. They're great. Yeah, they're like the size of small dogs. They're great. I went to a wild animal park that had Deek Deeks. That's how I learned about them, and I'm like, aw, they're cute. Bigger than that. I'd say like basset hound size, but not as low to the ground as a basset hound. Oh, she's one? Oh, I don't really like either. I like Chihuahuas a bit, I guess. I'm not really a poodle person. No, I just realized something. I don't know if y'all have heard of a VTuber streamer named Nudie or Little Newt. She's a penguin, but she does a lot of art streams. And I missed a stream where she started drawing Orky. It's okay. I'm not mad or sad. I just saw the delayed notification. I'm like, no! I want to maybe see it. But it's okay. I'll watch the VOD later. Because, aw. I has a doggy who's half a corgi and half pit bull. And she's a derp. I get to see Teddy Lloyd live next Friday. If you don't know who that is, he did the music for Penny and Stocking with Garter Belt, and also that Me 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 music video that was a thing in like 2015. Longest stream I ever did on YouTube was so long that YouTube couldn't save the VOD. I think it was like over 12 hours. I think it was like actually 14 hours. It was a day where my in-laws were watching the baby and I just had nothing to do. Like, I was kind of brain dead and didn't want to work on anything. I just wanted to talk to people. I needed human interaction. So I just sat on stream for like most of a day because I had literally nothing else to do. It was like raining out. I couldn't go outside. There was nothing good on TV. My older kid was in school and then didn't want anything to do with me when she got home because she wanted to just play Minecraft. He did most of the music for Penny and Stocking. He did most of the soundtrack. I'm cosplaying as Penny to the concert because they're encouraging people to come and cosplay. Not the angel outfit, because I don't have time to sew that. Just her little red dress outfit. Because it's easier for me to put together than Stocking's outfit. That's a little too detailed. I don't have time. It's kind of frustrating. It's like, without my husband around, I don't really get a lot of human interaction anymore. Because my IRL friends are either busy with their very, very serious jobs in their very serious fields, or busy with their significant others. And plus Corona, everyone's afraid to hang out. So it's like, yep. Human interaction. Very limited to group chats, and that's it. Why should I go to bed? It's only 8:15 my time. I'm not a kid. I'm older than a fair amount of you. Oh, thanks, Tyler. I suppose I can make your day better with this fun fact. Back in the day, when sailors thought they saw sea monsters, likely what they saw were whales mating. And what they thought was a piece of a sea monster was probably the dingling of a male whale. Fun fact. Sea monsters are whale willies. Before this kind of technology, you had to be like friends with people who lived like really close to you. And you probably didn't have much in common with, but because you're near each other, you're all you had. So you had to just deal. Because that's what it was like when I was a kid. What color should you dye your hair? I like blue. I'd say like a cyan blue. Cyan blue is nice. Stretch. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Big news. Big news, chat. I can take off my engagement ring and my wedding ring. Finally. They come off. They have been stuck on my hand since the 3rd trimester of my pregnancy. Which was like back in like early 2020. My hands have finally no longer been swelling. I can take my rings off. Yay! Not that I want to take them off or anything. It's just, you know, sometimes when you're doing something, you don't want to mess up your jewelry. You want to be able to take them off, and I have been having to be really careful. I went to a chiropractor once. I have scoliosis, but I have a very weird form of it that they don't see very often. My dad has it way worse, too. He never goes to chiropractors because they don't know what to do with him. Chiropractor looked at my spine and was like, huh. How? I don't know. I'll try. Can't make any promises. And yeah, he couldn't do much. He couldn't do much without actually hurting me. Hola, Felix. You can't tell by looking at me that I have scoliosis. But if you were to, feel along my spine, you'd be like, what? 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 Spine what? What spine? What is spine? What are you doing, spine? Hey, Joshua. Doing okay, how are you? What's everybody watching? I don't know what I'm watching. I mostly watch YouTube. Because, well, it's free. So not really a whole lot on mainstream platforms I'm interested in right now. Everyone's losing their collective mind about Squid Game, and I'm looking at it going, why? Doesn't appeal to me. I'm like, okay. I try not to watch things that people hype up anymore, because I watched Tiger King when that was hyped up. And I watched it with my mom, and she wasn't happy with it because it really painted Carol Baskin in a bad light. And my mom is really into wildlife conservation, and a long while ago she actually briefly volunteered at Carol Baskin's sanctuary. And Carol is actually a very nice person. So my mom wasn't very happy with Tiger King. I got through Beastars, the current 2 seasons of Beastars. I like Beastars. I'm caught up. I'm almost caught up on the manga. Almost. I'm not a furry though, but like Beastars is cool. It's funny, people tell me all this new stuff to watch, and I'm like, maybe later. But I'll rewatch Death Note for like the 20th time. Mostly because Death Note makes me laugh. It's not supposed to, I don't think, but it makes me laugh. Because especially the dub. Because it's ridiculous. Also, like, I relate to L so much. Like, how L sits in his chairs. That's how I sit. Like, that's how I'm sitting right now. I'm sitting like L from Death Note. That's just my default sitting position. I like L. I've seen V&A, Brand New Animal, it's cute. I like the stuff by Trigger. Some people don't, but I like Trigger's works. You know, if you want to know a deep personal thing about me, there are days I regret doing ASMR audios as my channel. Because sometimes I want to do really serious, really like not serious, ridiculous stuff as me, myself, as a person, showing my face. That's not ASMR or anything. Like, I want to grab a friend and do the photo booth tag drinking game because it's funny. Or I want to get a bunch of prosthetics from the costume shop in the city I go to and some theatrical makeup and turn myself into a weird looking monster person. Or I want to get like a green bodysuit and go in front of a green screen and green screen myself into stupid stuff. I went to university for film. I majored in film, modern animation. I want to like do stuff that I know how to do. So I'll never make any of the films I want to make because that requires people and money and stuff I don't have access to. But I want to make dumb stuff. Don't tell me I have multiple channels, okay? I can barely keep up with what I have going on right now. Like, I have a second YouTube channel that has like 5 uploads on it. Because I just forget I have it. And I'm too lazy to like log out of my main one and log into that one and switch you bleh. And then I have a YouTube channel for Orky's VODs that I forget to upload to. Because I forget to save the VODs. And even when I do, I forgot to put them up on YouTube. I forget. And I'm also just too lazy to keep logging in and out of different channels. Plus, I put so much time and work into this one, I don't want to start from scratch with a new one. I'm already kind of doing that with a semi-secret project that's really just purely a hobby that I'm hoping people like. But other than that, I'm like, I really don't want to start from scratch. I used to do stuff in multiple browsers because I used to have a different YouTube channel that like I just did personal stuff on. That was like my main thing that I followed everybody on. And then I used to upload to this one in a separate browser. But I just got really tired of constantly flip-flopping around. And I made this one my main account. So I think between all the different Gmail accounts I have, I probably technically have like 10 YouTube channels. And most of them have at least a couple uploads on them. frack, I need to eat. Alright, everybody. I've been on way longer than I planned on being on, and that in part due to BRBing for almost an hour to go potty and talk to my husband. But regardless, I've been on way longer than I anticipated, and I'm starting to get hungry. And I want to, like, take care of some other stuff in my house before I go to bed in a few hours. So if I can't sleep, I'll probably hop on Twitch as Orky, on Orky's Twitch, and play Beyond Blue, because I'm getting really addicted to that game. So there's that. Alright, everybody. Have a good night / day / whatever time it is for you. Remember, I love you all, and stay awesome. Mwah. Mwah. Bye, 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 bye. Bye, 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 bye. Yeah, and just special for y'all. Ara, ara.